This is it. This is for the money. Win or go home, right?
Winners win, and losers go home.
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Ernie Johnson welcoming you to the NBA on 2K Sports. I'm here with Shaq and the Jet. In this game, we'll see the Indiana Pacers against the New York Knicks. Checking out New York. They're looking to come out strong and make their mark early. They have to look at this game as a great opportunity to do just that. One of the guys to watch tonight, Monte Ellis, such an explosive player at times, really dangerous when the fourth quarter rolls around, Shaq.
Yeah, Ellis, a.k.a. Baby AI, still has the speed to force defenders off of him. He's improved in the mid-range game also, but he can punish teams, especially if they disrespect him and give him space.
Well, the best thing that he can do is create for himself. That is a talent, to be able to get that many shots off.
At power forward, the other forward position. It's the Pacers in Indianapolis as we bring you an Eastern Conference contest. Welcome to 2K Sports, bringing you the NBA. I'm Kevin Harlan with Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony, and Doris Burke reporting from the sidelines. All fueled up and ready to go. Let's check out who's on the floor, courtesy of Gatorade. And New York, looking at who they've got. They've got Porzingis. Calderon is out there with Vujacic. And there's Robin Lopez. And it's Anthony in at the 3 spot. George Hill! And so it's New York with it. Well, Clark, what can you say about the Knicks last season? They had a lot of trouble on their road trips, among other things.
Well, especially on the road. I mean, only managed to get 7 road wins on the season, Kevin.
Now here's Ellis. Calderon unable to get his shot to go. Ellis, that's good.
Don't underestimate him. He can knock that down.
A chance now to go to Doris Burke, who had a chance to visit with Kurt Rambis.
Yes, Kevin, he told me that when you're playing against a team that can finish inside as efficiently as this team does, they don't want to allow any looks easily on the interior. He said if they can limit them in that department, they'll be in good shape.
And as always, Doris, thank you. You look at the numbers for Robin Lopez, Clark, they won't blow you away, but his impact is a lot bigger.
Exactly, Kevin. I mean, he's unselfish as a player, does all the little things. He's not focused on his numbers or shot attempts, and that's a welcome deal for coaches and teammates. He just wants to help his crew win.
And the call will be against George Hill. That's his first foul. And here are the Knicks now. 6-point game.
That's a surprise. I mean, really out of character for him to miss when the defense is not right up on him.
And yes, sir, that one drops.
And speaking of the intangibles for Robin Lopez, he's great at boxing out for rebounds and setting screens offensively. Again, things that there really aren't stats that are kept, but those are ways you can impact the game. And those are the kind of plays that often go overlooked.
And here is Allen following the three-pointer by Carmelo Anthony. Allen, that's good.
Another basket here, and they have really come out of the gates fast in the first quarter, Kevin.
Calderon kicks to Vujacic. Anthony drives in. They shoot again, and it's Lopez laying it in.
And that putback about as easy a bucket as you're going to get.
Exactly what happens when you don't box out, Greg.
A nice shot by George.
And Lopez, or as they like to call him, Rolo, an elite rim protector. Just a really good shot blocker, but he doesn't chase blocks. He just challenges every shot inside without fouling.
From deep, George. The Knicks pull it in. Here's Vujacic. That one falls coming off Anthony's feet.
And I like how he puts himself in position there to finish on the break.
Yeah, you know, that's what we call seeing and feeling the game. Excellent read on how that play was going to develop and where the ball was going. That's stuff that you oftentimes can't teach, Greg.
Only took them a few seconds to answer the 3-ball with one of their own.
Greg, we've got a 3-point battle taking shape here.
That's a dozen straight points coming off the triple.
Yeah, Greg, you know, they're having free reign from beyond the arc. The defense is just not there.
Everyone understands the importance of Paul George to the ball club. That's why taking his offensive game to the next level would be so beneficial.
Yeah, he has all the physical tools, the instincts, and obviously he has made those strides, but if he wants to become a
just over 3.5 minutes gone here in the first. The shot by Anthony, nobody around. And again, New York with the triple.
How in the world did they let him get that wide open? For my man PG, Paul George, so much focus has been on extending his range, but ever since he started launching over 5 three-pointers a game, he shot under 43% from the field. Maybe time for him to balance out that shot selection.
Nice shot by Vujacic.
And that's another assist for a team that is putting on a clinic on how to share the ball.
And I love the mentality that they've had. If a shot isn't there, they're not forcing it. They're moving it side to side until they finally get the one they want.
And the basket good. 9 points here for George.
Man, they are doing some damage from deep.
Which is the main reason, partner, they're sitting on this big lead. Awesome shooting so far.
And guys, talking about Paul George, the continued improvement of his ball handling is key to generating more offense. That was a weakness of his coming out of college. He's worked on it, but making it a strength the way LeBron has would go a long way toward getting him to that next level.
Turner's checked in for Indiana. Calderon passes to Anthony. They get a hand on it. Stolen by George. Fires from deep. And again, it's the Pacers from deep.
And the defense is in disbelief here. Triple after triple.
When that happens, you simply just hope they start cooling off.
And he gets it to go. Porzingis has got his first basket.
You know, he didn't need to make the layup complicated. I mean, it's not a trick shot contest, but he decided to go for a little extra flavor on that one.
Now Calderon. Paul George missing from long range. Vujacic's shot is off. Mahinmi with it. Still getting warmed up offensively. No buckets yet in the game for him.
This looks like a pregame shoot-around with all the threes they're allowing.
I don't know. There might be more defense in the warm-ups. Right now, these are just shooting game shots.
Pacers leading by 18. From deep, George, and the Pacers another three.
They're going back to the three-point shot over and over and over.
And they may have found the Achilles heel of this defense. That was their 9th straight point from beyond the arc.
And that one's good.
Great quarter for him at the offensive end, trying to will his team back in the game.
There's the three, and the basket by Hill. Hill's got 9.
And how about the last 5 made shots have all been threes? The defense is just giving up a barrage.
Most teams get the message to cover shooters after 1 or 2 wide open looks at the three-point shot, but it seems like they have just not figured it out.
And how about that, responding to the three-pointer against them with a quick one of their own.
Terrific little tete-a-tete going on right now. Back and forth, here we go.
Looking at who's out there now for the Pacers. Hill, he's checked in for Mahinmi. Stuckey comes in for Monte Ellis. And Ty Lawson subbed in for Hill. And a new group in for the Knicks. Kevin Serafin, he's checked in for Lopez. Williams comes in for Porzingis. Aaron Aflalo, he's checked in for Sasha Vujacic. And it's Grant in for Jose Calderon. And it's Aflalo penetrating, can't get it to go. And it's the Pacers taking it the other way.
Rebounding is going to be the focal point for them in this one, fellas. I can feel it.
It always is, and it has been so far, and they've gotten a nice edge on the glass.
Now here's Serafin. No good there off the double clutch. And here's George for 3. It falls for his 7th bucket of the contest. He's 7 for 9.
Wow, unconscious has he been this quarter. They're riding that hot hand.
Outside Williams. Will it go? That one falls coming off Anthony's feet. Anthony's got 3 assists in the game. Stuckey for 3, and Indiana another 3.
Outstanding start from three-point range. Their shooters are on fire.
Really makes them a hard team to guard because they space you out so well.
And he gets it to go.
Carmelo Anthony showing you his passing skill there.
And it's the Pacers ball. Lawson with it. Now defended by Grant. And again, it's the Pacers from deep.
And you can't help but pick their defense apart. They're completely in disarray.
Well, everything's coming too easily. I mean, at some point defensively, you have to take something away.
Wasted no time on that one. And that's now 25 points here for George. Well, the Pacers, despite all their injuries from last season, were right in the playoff hunt until the very end. Had a chance, in fact, GA, on the last day to sneak in, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, they needed a Brooklyn loss to go along with them winning that last game. Ultimately, though, it wasn't in the cards for them, and they ended a game out of the postseason.
Lawson from outside, and he gets it to go. Lawson's got 6.
They worked hard and created great chances for themselves in this opening quarter.
And if they match that effort at the defensive end, watch out.
And, you know, the Pacers had made the playoffs in each of the last 4 seasons prior to last year's miss. Hard for a team that was coming off of back-to-back conference finals appearances to stomach that. But with the injuries, they'll be better and back in the playoffs next year, I'm sure.
C.J. Miles, he's checked in for Paul George. Grant kicks to Aflalo. Hill against Anthony. Takes a shot at the elbow, and again it's New York.
And really, it's going to be more of a reload than a rebuild situation for the Pacers. You would have to imagine their goal isn't just to get back to the playoffs, but to get back to being a conference final participant.
Lawson from outside. His shot is good. Scores his 3rd basket in 6 tries. Shooting 50%.
They've gotten a bunch of good looks and have been absolutely lethal from behind the three-point line.
Yeah, defensively, you have got to close out and contest. Even if it opens up some driving lanes, you can't give up those looks that often.
And so it's Indiana with it, following the three-pointer from Derek Williams.
Having a lot of trouble stopping the three-point shot.
And they're not making up for it with their own shots from deep either, so that's a double-edged sword there.
So the whistle blows on the shot and 2 free throws for the contact right there.
I mean, the Knicks were bad last year, and it became evident early on. As the season grew older, more and more of their national coverage games were being pulled.
Langston Galloway's checked in for Derek Williams. For the Knicks, losing a lot of nationally televised games, too. It seemed like every time they were on, they were losing. It might have been a blessing in disguise.
Well, I hope they look at it in a positive vein. It did give them a chance to focus on player development there in New York. Also allowed them to shut down Melo for the season. They've done well at taking advantage of some late defensive rotations and getting the ball into the paint.
Clearly, they've been the aggressors thus far when it comes to attacking the interior in this first half. They've been sensational on the backboard to start this game.
Yeah, sensational is a really good word for it, Greg. They're tearing it up on the glass.
You know, it's going to be tough to win when you give the other team 2nd and 3rd opportunities to score the ball.
At some point, guys, it comes down to pride. Start banging on your chest and get after it from your heart. I mean, you've got to at least offer some resistance. You can't just let guys do what they want in there.
And loving the hustle here early. I mean, they struck first on the offensive glass.
And those putback baskets contributing to their lead, Greg.
Shot's good for Seraphin. Seraphin's got his first points for the game.
You know, the defense has got to do a much better job of fighting over those screens.
And, Greg, especially when the ball is in his hands. I mean, come on now. You know he doesn't miss too many open looks like that.
That's one he knows he should have drained.
We're at the end of the first quarter, and what a blowout already in this one. And now let's hear from Ty Lawson talking about But the balanced attack of this Denver Nugget team.
We do have a team type of game. You know, everybody is scoring spread out, rebounding, everything spread out. So, you know, even from the bench, it's definitely a team type game.
Well, that was the game plan a couple years ago when Denver was good enough to make the playoffs and Ty Lawson was at the controls.
You know, but not enough firepower to be able to sustain with the elite teams, say like the Warriors or the Rockets. Ty Lawson, a solid, dependable player in our league, but this is still a league where you need your superstars to win rings.
Welcome back, folks. We'll see if we're in store for a more tightly contested quarter as we move here into the second. And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for Indiana.
Tell you what, guys, they're showing us a lot of energy early on and racking up those fast break points.
And another thing they've done right from the start is converting a lot of those second chance opportunities. Those can be hard to come by sometimes.
George Hill out there with Ellis. Then there's C.J. Miles. Then there's Lavoy Allen. And it's Mahinmi in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. So that's the group out there for Indiana. Now here's Anthony. Dishes to Lopez. No good. And Indiana will come the other way. Calderon against Ellis. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up and 2 shots coming up.
Tell you what, Monte Ellis is one of the best second-round draft picks of all time in the league, not just the last decade. I mean, this guy was a 5-star recruit out of high school, committed to college, but changed his mind and entered the draft, where the Warriors stole him with the 40th pick in 2005.
The Pacers shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw attempts of the game.
And as a team, really just middle of the pack in terms of their percentage from the line at about 76.
First free throw is good. Getting back to Monte Ellis. Had he gone to college for even 1 year, I think he would have probably been a top 10 pick. But you look at what he's brought to the table over his career, points and assists, rebounds, steals, playmaking. His production has been astounding.
You know, he's one of those unsung players. He never gets voted to the all-star game. It never gets spoken about as one of the top guards in this league. But you look at the body of work and you ask his competitors throughout this league, and they're going to tell you that guy's as tough as they get.
So he hits 1 of 2 from the stripe.
First off, look, every year there are all-star game snubs, and perhaps last year Monte Ellis was the big one in the West. Hard to leave him off given the way he played for the Mavs.
Here's Galloway. Still getting warmed up offensively. No buckets yet in the game for him. And that one's off. He misses his first shot of the game. For Monte not being an all-star, there are a lot of guys that could have made an argument to be there. Monte's was as strong as any.
Yeah, and his own coach said that Monte deserved it more than Dirk, his teammate. And not a shot at Dirk by Carlisle, just Rick expressing how valuable Monte was to the Mavs.
You know, no doubt last year a bit of a loss for Paul George. I mean, had to sit out most of it after that gruesome leg injury in the Team USA scrimmage.
Okay, gentlemen, 2 shots. 2 shots.
The first one falls. And thinking back on George's injury, still a very graphic image in everyone's mind, but he was able to bounce back.
Yeah, it was great to see him get some game time before the end of the season after that horrific injury. A credit to him working as hard as he did, as well as to the training staff that got him back to be able to play before the end of the season.
And that's good as he hits both of his shots.
You know, for the Pacers last season, with Paul George being out for most of the season, they knew it would be a struggle. They would go into lengthy dry spells that made it hard for them to keep pace in the East, in part because they missed Paul George's all-around brilliance and his offense.
Now here's Calderon. Just over 1 minute has passed here in the second quarter. To the paint. Stolen by George. And oh, here we go with George. Nobody back. Throws down the breakaway jam.
I think that play sort of sums up what we've seen throughout. Just simply being outplayed both sides of the ball. Smart basketball defensively turning into quick points.
And that can't continue. I mean, if they hope to get back in this game, I mean, it's really deflating from a morale standpoint. They need stops and points, not turnovers.
And so it's New York with it, following the score by Indiana. Inside. Porzingis can't hit. As for those dry spells you mentioned about the Pacers, GA, they had a number of long losing streaks last season.
Yeah, as a team, they had 4 different losing streaks of 6 or more games, and they got hot at the end. Season-high win streak of 6 to stay playoff relevant. It was just too little, too late compared to their losing streaks earlier in the year.
They double-team Ellis. Clock at 6. Shot from 12. Will not go. This is off the front iron. The Knicks have gone 0-3 and are still looking for that first bucket here in the second quarter. Now Vujacic. He's got 8. Pass to Porzingis. And lots of contact there. Missing the shot. He'll shoot 2. That one on George.
Hey, guys, Porzingis was almost a rookie last season, but he opted to pull out of the early entry and wait a year for this past summer's draft. Seems to have worked out for him as far as how his draft stock has changed.
Okay, gentlemen, 2 shots. 2 shots.
And that one misses. And Greg, you're right with Porzingis. It made sense for him to wait one more year. Clark has a lot to learn, but still comes over, as a much talked about player, a much better player than had he declared last season.
I agree with you, yet he'll still need time to develop, but all the ingredients are there. He's got a chance to be a really good player.
Yeah, the Latvian had a great shot for his height, and he'll be an interesting stretch 4 in the NBA.
Good call.
Good on the second free throw. Well, nobody said, Greg, being in the NBA was for the faint of heart. The Knicks in a few short years have gone from a playoff team, unfortunately, to the worst team in the NBA.
Hard to fathom, Kevin, that the Knicks did enter last season with playoff aspirations, but that quickly vanished. They were just completely overmatched and overwhelmed.
You know, the Knicks made the playoffs every season between 1988 and 2001. It's kind of strange now to see the Knicks struggle to get into the playoffs so often. Only 3 trips in the playoffs the last 10 seasons.
No good on the free throw.
And listen, the pressure is always on the Knicks to make the playoffs just because of where the team is. Being in New York can have its advantages, but it comes with expectations that your team will be in the postseason.
He hits the second from the line.
What a game for Ellis. He's got 17 points and just an amazing performance from downtown.
He is pouring it in from three, guys. You know how much I love to see guys knocking down buckets.
And a little under 2.5 minutes gone by here in the second quarter. Allen kicks to Hill. Ellis with the screen for Hill. He dishes it to Ellis. Fires at the elbow. Bounces high off the rim and drops. Ellis has got 4 this quarter.
He's played an important role in their offense today, guys. Without him, they may not be in the lead.
The Knicks have gone 0-3 and are still looking for that first bucket here in the second quarter. Pass to Porzingis. Here in the second quarter, about 3 minutes played. And here's Calderon. No scoring yet from him, but that's likely to change. Williams against George. Shot clock at 6. Left side, Williams. And the Knicks miss again.
And that'll increase their rebound advantage. They've definitely been winning that battle on the board.
You know what? No rebounds, no rings, and they've controlled the boards, and that's what's given them control of this game. And that's what you want to see. Good, fundamental, sound basketball with the bounce pass.
Here's Ellis. The shot no good. Nice D from Williams. New York shooting has been terrific. 54% on the game. Some nice passing by New York here. Here's Vujacic. He's guarded by Hill and out of bounds as the Pacers gain possession.
Boy, did they ever make a mess out of that one. A terrible turnover.
And some changes here for the Pacers. Turner's checked in for Mahinmi. And it's Hill in for Lavoy Allen. And then for New York, Flalo comes in for Porzingis. And it's Grant in for Jose Calderon. And almost 4 minutes gone here in the second quarter of play. On offense, here are the Pacers. They're on a 10-1 run. Here's Hill. 9 points in the game so far. Pick up by Hill. George double teamed. Off the screen. Williams with the block. And he's able to get it back. George against the Flalo. Just 5 on the clock. Indiana needs to get a shot off, and the ball travels out of bounds. It was last touched by George.
He tried to squeeze past the defender, but ran out of room.
They've been doing a great job of sharing the ball.
Excellent display of team play.
And guys, Sade comes to mind for me because right now that offense, it's a smooth operator.
Sade. I like that, Greg.
Now here's Grant. He has 6. Kicks it to Vujacic. And there's the feed to Grant. 4 on the clock. There's a screen by Williams.
Hey.
And so he earns a trip to the line. Official saw the contact and he'll shoot 2. The Knicks have gone just 4 of 8 from the line tonight, hoping to move that free throw percentage up a bit.
2 shots.
He misses the free throw. Rodney Stuckey's checked in for the Pacers. Kevin Serafini's checked in for New York. Anthony comes in for Sasha Vujacic. And he's good on the second. On offense, here are the Pacers. A big stretch here going 10-2. Outside, George. Rebounded by Anthony.
You know, for Carmelo last season, it was Murphy's Law. What could go wrong did go wrong. After signing Melo to a max deal, the Knicks management expected a bunch from him, but with the new offense and a bad knee, it didn't happen.
Now, here's Grant. Paul George unable to get his shot to go. Grant dishes to Carmelo. And Anthony gets double-teamed. Turner against Grant. Hits some rim on the way in, and the bucket's good. Grant's got 9. And getting back to Carmelo last year, that team really became devoid of talent. In some games, Greg, in games that he played, he seemed like their only scoring option.
You know, we talk about needing a big 3 to compete for a championship, and for over half the season last year, the Knicks basically had a big half. I mean, because Carmelo missed that half, and when the deck is stacked against you like that, sometimes it's better to fold your cards and live to play another day, and that's really what Carmelo did.
C.J. Miles, he's checked in for the Pacers. Lawson comes in for Hill. And the Knicks making a change here as well. Langston Galloway's checked in for Derek Williams. Lawson's against Grant. 6 to shoot. Hill passes to Lawson. Lets the 3 fly. It's rebounded by New York. Here's Galloway. He hasn't yet put up any points in this one. Grant up top. He's guarded by Stuckey. Puts up the baby hook. And a foul on the shot. He'll go to the stripe for 2.
And one bright note for the Pacers last season was the play of their bench. Adding Rodney Stuckey was a huge boost for them.
And Stuckey led the charge for the Pacers bench, Greg, as you were talking about. But all around the reserves, Clark, were fantastic on the Pacers.
Yes, 3rd in the league at almost 41 points per game off the bench. 1st in the NBA in bench rebounding, and top 10 in field goal percentage as a bench.
Listen, the Knicks finishing at the bottom of the East last season. They didn't go into the season thinking they were in for a rough go, making last season all that more painstaking for the fans.
That one misses. And for the Knicks and their play against the rest of the conference, guys who've been talking about only Clark 11 wins in 52 games.
And you know, Kevin, what's worse is the Knicks were 5-21 at home against the East. No matter how you slice that up, the Knicks had a season that everybody would like to forget in New York.
And when the score is as lopsided as it is, and you can see they smell blood in the water, my man is going for the jugular.
Now here's Anthony. 20 points for him. Good for the basket, number 9. He's only missed 2 shots from the floor all night.
I tell you, he has some impressive moves in his repertoire. That's as good as it gets, but just one of many.
Now, here is Lawson. 11 points in the game. Pick up by Hill. Lawson with it. There's the pick. 6 on the shot clock. Aflalo pulls it in.
He's tried to get it going, but the shots simply have not been there. Nothing seems to be falling.
Here's Galloway. And, yep, finally drops after rolling around the rim. Galloway has got his first bucket in this one. And it's out of bounds. The Knicks will take it the other way.
Well, that's inexcusable to throw a pass that far off the mark.
And so it's New York with it. Now here's Seraphin. Turner covering. Anthony against Hill. Anthony can't hit.
With the success they've had rebounding the basketball, they're right where you'd expect them to be. Firmly in control of this game.
And no doubt about it, rebounding is an effort stat, folks. They've been more determined than their opponent thus far.
Now, here is Lawson, following the miss by Carmelo Anthony. They set the pick. Here is Miles, covered by Anthony. And Miles kicks to Lawson. Just 5 on the clock. Outside for Miles. Some nice passing here by Indiana. Hill. And once again off the mark by Indiana. And the call will be against Ty Lawson. That's his first foul. The Knicks have gone 3 of 8 from the field since the beginning of the second quarter. Now Grant, 9 points in the game so far. Anthony kicks to Seraphin. Grant down low. Lawson defending. So the whistle blows on the shot and 2 free throws for the contact right there.
Oh, the officials are all over that one.
Clearly a foul. I mean, didn't give him any choice but to blow the whistle. I mean, you got to play without fouling.
For New York, they have had some good chances at the line, but only gone 6 of 12 from the stripe. 2 shots.
All right, now, gentlemen, 2 shots. 2 shots.
And the first one drops.
And the Pacers just missed out on the playoffs last year and would have to settle for 9th in the East. Hard for a team that has been so dominant in the East over recent seasons.
And Grant drops them both. And for the Pacers against the East, they actually played the rest of the conference, Greg, very well. Ended with a 28-24 record, Clark, against the East.
The only team, Kevin, in the East with a winning record against the rest of the conference not to make the playoffs. Only went 10-19 against the playoff teams in the conference.
And he clearly doesn't like what's going on out there right now.
Would you? I mean, how could he like what's happening? Really had to take a time out there and try to figure out a way to derail their momentum.
Here's Lawson. He's got 11. Add another make to his scoring column. His 5th basket of the game. Now shooting 5 of 11. Here's Galloway. Feeds it to Carmelo. To the middle. Got a piece of it. It's taken away by Stuckey. On the wing, Hill. Back to Stuckey. They set the pick. Offside Lawson. So the whistle blows on the shot and 2 free throws for the contact right there. And something not a lot of people talk about, Ty Lawson's defense. He has the lateral quickness, Clark, and strong lower body that gives, point guards fits.
Yeah, he's like a fire hydrant in terms of his build and strength. He's a good ball defender, but he gambles sometimes, so that can cut both ways. He'll get steals, but he'll also put you in tough positions defensively.
That's good from Ty Lawson.
In talking about Lawson's defense, he was down in steals last season. But a part of that is because he stopped gambling as much. He's learned where to pick his spots.
Both good from the line that time.
Getting back to Ty Lawson, he's under 6 feet without shoes, relatively short wingspan as well, yet he's always had to deal with size limitations on defense. But he uses phenomenal anticipation and speed to win more than his share of battles at that end of the floor.
Here's Galloway. Anthony on the wing. He's guarded by Hill. Comes up empty down low.
It's a +5 advantage for them in the rebounding category after that board.
Very steady with their work on the interior. Really a well-rounded effort overall.
Now here's Lawson following the miss by Carmelo Anthony. Lawson outside. Lawson is doubled. He feeds it to Miles. And here is Hill. He's got 6. Lock at 6. Pick up by Hill. Off the pick. No good off the back of the rim.
I tell you what, the defense should send Christmas cards for that miss.
And now the fast break. Grant with the ball. Here's Galloway. And it's going to be 2 free throws. Drew contact on the shot.
That's his first personal foul.
This is his first free throw of the game.
And he's shooting his free throws to the tune of 75% this season. Fairly standard numbers.
That free throw, no good. No good at the stripe this time. Second misses also. The Pacers shooting 33% in the second quarter. The offense has looked crossed up and confused at times. Anthony against Stuckey. Now here's Turner. He's guarded closely, and he gets it to go.
They've really been active here around the boards in the second. I mean, it's very impressive the way they've gotten to that offensive glass.
Now, here's Grant. 11 points in the game. Passes to a Afflalo. He kicks it to Seraphin. It's rebounded by Indiana. Turner's got 6 rebounds here tonight.
And for a long time now, Indiana has protected the rim. It's one of the core elements of their defense and why they are so strong on D every year.
Now here's Anthony. 22 points for him. Anthony drawing the double team. Back to Grant. In the corner, Afflalo with it. Some nice passing by New York here. To stop the drought. It's deflected, and it's out of bounds to New York. They'll retain possession. Some changes for Indiana. Mahaney's checked in for Turner. Allen comes in for Solomon Hill, and it's Ellison for Rodney Stuckey. Kyle O'Quinn, he's checked in for the Knicks. Porzingis comes in for Grant. Here's Anthony. He trains it as the shot clock ticks down. Anthony's got 4 points in the quarter. And last year for Indiana, top 3 at protecting the rim. Opponent shot under 50% right at the hoop club.
You know, that number might not sound like a lot, but being under 50% on essentially layups, that's a big deal. Protecting the rim is a huge part of winning basketball.
They double team Ellis. Back to Lawson. Follow against Ellis, and it's out of bounds. Last touch by Ellis.
I tell you what, that's just a major unforced error right there, guys. My goodness.
A different look for New York. Vujicic comes in for Aaron Aflalo, and it's Calderon in for Langston Galloway. New York shooting 31% in the second. Some poor shot selection for them in this quarter. Here's Porzingis, defended by Allen. Lawson's against Calderon. They set the pick. 1:35 left to play here in the half. And Ellis with the block.
+8 in the rebound differential. One more reason why they're in control.
Yeah, double-digit advantage on the scoreboard. They've taken the initiative. They've played, I think, with more purpose so far.
That's good.
Really hard to find fault with anything he's doing this quarter, at least at the offensive end.
Knicks shooting 51% from the field. They'll take that. Calderon with it. No scoring yet from him, but that's likely to change. To the inside. And the pass to Carmelo. And out of bounds as the Pacers gain possession. Indiana making some changes. Paul George comes in for C.J. Miles. And it's Hill in for Ty Lawson. And then for New York, Robin Lopez is checked in for Kyle O'Quinn. And Thomas subbed in for Carmelo Anthony. .110 left to play here in the half. Now George. He has 29. There's the dish to Ellis. Back to George. All alone. Here's Mahimi. And there's 2 points. Working on the glass, paying off that time. Mahimi's got 5 points so far. The Knicks on offense. Here's Calderon. 44 seconds left in the first half of the game.
Lopez.
Just 5 to shoot to the left side wing. Vujicic kicks to Thomas from deep three-point range. But they'll get another chance. Here's Lopez, and that one's good. He's got 5.
If you battle for the offensive rebound and come up with it, you're guaranteed a high-quality shot on a follow just like he got there.
Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock. And here is Hill. 9 points in the game so far. There's a good screen. On the wing, George. Dishes it to Mahimi. To the paint. He's looking for Ellis and finds him. And so he earns a trip to the line. Official saw the contact and he'll shoot 2.
That's his first personal foul, 5th team foul.
This is his 3rd trip to the free throw line.
And his average at the line stands at about 79% right now. So solid numbers in that department.
And I think it's clear he's gotten better in that department since last season. I mean, he looks a lot more comfortable at the line now, and he's getting better results.
That's good from Ellis. Both shots good from the stripe. Seven seconds left to play here in the half. Now Vujicic. Shot from the top of the key. And that's an air ball. Not even close. And so a pretty lopsided game through the first half. Indiana out in front as they wrap up the second quarter on a 12-4 run. And we'll see you back here after the break for third quarter basketball.
It's the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Well, 2 quarters down, 2 to go. Welcome back. Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, and Kenny the Jet Smith as we start breaking it down for you. An outstanding first quarter for Paul George. He had 29 points, 2 steals, and 4 assists. And Kenny, what'd you think about what we saw from Indiana?
Well, shooters were popping open right and left. Exceptional ball movement. Guys racing off screens, spotting up, knocking down shots. That's the way you play basketball unselfishly, and it was superb, and they exploited all the weaknesses of the defense.
Shaq, what did you think about New York?
Well, when you look at the opponent field goal percentage, that tells the whole story. They gave up way too many good looks. When they come out of the break, they got to play way tougher, Ernie. Get those hands up. Get in your opponent's face. Do something.
And now, folks, it's just about time for the third quarter to begin. We will see you after the final buzzer.
And as we begin the second half, first half wasn't even close, guys, and we'll see if there is a comeback on our hands or more of the same as we get the third quarter started. You look at Paul George in this game, guys, he's been everywhere.
You know, we talk so often about making your teammates better, and his ability to see the floor and then make those passes on time in that first half was the key.
Boy, I tell you what, they say he's not a playmaker, but he certainly has fooled me with the way he's performing right now.
And so here is Indiana. And New York looking at who they've got. They've got Calderon. Robin Lopez out there with Porzingis. Then it's Vujicic. And it's Anthony in at the 3 spot. Now here's Allen. Screened by Ellis. Hill against Calderon. Pass to George. 6 to shoot. There's a screen. No luck, and New York will come the other way. Lopez with the ball. He's picked up by Hill. Lopez dishes to Vujacic. Pass to Porzingis. And out of bounds as the Pacers gain possession.
Well, that's inexcusable to throw a pass that far off the mark.
Here's Indiana. Now here's Ellis, covered by Vujacic. Ellis outside, down low, looking for Allen and gets it there. Foul call that time on the way up. That'll give him 2 chances at the free throw line here.
Oh, the officials are all over that one.
Clearly a foul. I mean, didn't give him any choice but to blow the whistle. I mean, you got to play without fouling.
The Pacers have been shooting right around 75% at the line, 9 of 12 so far.
2 shots.
No good on the free throw. No good on the second free throw. Now here's Calderon. Quiet so far offensively, searching for his first points of the game. Here's Anthony. Goes back up. And there's the whistle. Fouled hard on the shot. He'll go to the line.
That's his first personal foul.
So far in the game, he's 0 of 2 at the line.
Carmelo Anthony, 2 shots.
And that one misses. Carmelo Anthony, the 3rd pick overall in the 2003 NBA draft, was in some pretty good company at the top of that one, as I recall.
I mean, you had LeBron going 1, and of course Darko Milicic was number 2 on that list. But how about D Wade at 4? A little bit of a surprise. Chris Bosh, you know, all those guys, with the exception of Melo, have rings.
Mm-hmm. He hits the second from the line.
And back to Melo's top 5 draft mates in 2003, all having rings. You can't choose the team you play for as a rookie. Melo simply hasn't been surrounded by that much talent. That's why it was somewhat surprising that he re-signed with the rebuilding Knicks team last season.
Now here is Hill. Allen, a screen on Calderon. Hill with it. He dishes it to George. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Hill.
And guys, talking about Melo, I mean, he's faced some difficult injuries here of late. That puts all the more pressure on him to win a ring as soon as possible. No way does he want to retire without that chance.
New York shooting it pretty well, close to 50%. Passes it to Porzingis. Some nice passing by New York here. Here's Calderon. Kicks it to Anthony. And the rebound goes to the Pacers.
The defense ready for him on that possession. They had to be, because he is so strong in the paint.
Calderon against Hill. Just a little over 90 seconds gone in the third quarter. Mahimi's shot is good. Mahimi's got 7 points in the game. It's stolen by Allen. The feed to Hill. He kicks it to George. And we're just about 2 minutes into the second half now. George double teamed, feeds it to Allen. Cuts off the pass. Now Vujicic. He's got 8. Can't get it to go. Excellent D there from Allen.
And they start the second half with 3 straight misses.
Here's Ellis. Anthony with the block. And that'll be Indiana as it goes out of bounds. Pacers retain possession. The Pacers making a switch here. Turner's checked in, and a switch here also for New York. Aaron Aflalo. He's checked in for Sasha Vujicic. On the wing, Turner. And out of bounds as the Knicks gain possession.
And that's just carelessness there. I mean, you have got to have your head in the game.
Hill, he's checked in for Ian Mahimi. Langston Galloway's checked in for New York. Second half of play with just under 2.5 minutes gone.
Get to the block, Robin.
The pass to Porzingis. He feeds it to Carmelo. George with the defensive effort. Well, if you name an offensive stat category, the Knicks last season probably last in that category. All-around problems, Greg, for them scoring the ball.
Yeah, we may have to give them a new nickname, last. How about last in fast break points, last in points in the paint, last in points per game, and then throw in bottom 3 in shooting percentage, and that spells abysmal.
For New York, they've gone 0 of 4 from the field in the second half, yet to find the mark. And now we're 3 minutes into the third quarter of play. Galloway, the pass to Porzingis. It's Carmelo Anthony on the wing. And Anthony gets double teamed. Pass to Porzingis. 5 on the clock. And Aflalo kicks to Galloway. Shoots. And that's an air ball. Not even close.
For the Knicks, it really was a struggle just to score points, guys. I mean, they'd go ice cold at times, and they didn't have anybody that seemed to be able to get them out of that offensive funk.
Now, here is George. He's got 29 points. The dish to Hill. And it's going to be 2 free throws. Drew contact on the shot.
Well, the Knicks knew that it would be a year of learning. All the offensive struggles aside, they did get a chance to evaluate everyone by giving them ample floor time. At least they found out a lot about their team last season.
First trip to the free throw line for him in this one.
And what a season he's had at the foul line thus far. 86% from the line.
You know, he's been one of those players they've wanted on the line as much as possible this season, especially in close games, guys.
Indiana making some changes. C.J. Miles, he's checked in for Paul George. Stuckey comes in for Monte Ellis. And it's Lawson in for George Hill. And then for New York, Kevin Seraphin, he's checked in for Lopez. Williams comes in for Porzingis, and it's Grant in for Carmelo Anthony. So neither attempt will fall that time for him.
And you guys, he was once considered a tweener, but now I think Derek Williams has kind of settled in to that 4 position. Seems to be the best position fit for him at this stage of his career.
In the third quarter with just over 3.5 minutes off the clock. Lawson against Grant. Lawson outside. Stolen by Grant. Dishes it to Galloway. Back to Grant. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And stolen by Lawson. To the inside. Turner. Can't get it to go. Excellent D there from Aflalo. The Knicks have gone only 1 of 6 from the field in the third quarter. Not how they pictured the half started. And here is Grant. 11 points in the game. Pass to Galloway. They set the screen. He dishes it to Seraphin. And foul called as he misses. He'll go to the line and shoot 2.
That's his second personal foul.
And what do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for the Pacers?
And they've made the long range look like a layup at times in this one, guys.
They've been firing on all cylinders in the transition game, too. I mean, they've really run the break well.
That free throw good from Seraphin. And both free throws good for Seraphin. Now here's Lawson. He's got 15. Over to the left wing. Here is Miles. He's guarded by Aflalo. Stuckey kicks to Lawson. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Stuckey.
No clue where that pass was going. That is a brutal turnover.
Knicks shooting pretty well at 46% from the floor. Grant dishes to Aflalo. Here's Seraphin. Banked in off the glass. Seraphin's got 4 this quarter.
That's really told the story today, guys. I mean, throughout this game, they've been able to get the ball in tight and then finish.
More active and more physical down low. That's what's really been the difference thus far.
Here's Stuckey following the score by New York. Outside Hill. Lawson outside. passes it to Miles. Clock at 6. Back to Lawson. From deep. It's rebounded by Seraphin. Seraphin's got his 3rd rebound tonight. Grant against Stuckey. Grant kicks to Aflalo. To the paint. Here's Seraphin. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up and 2 shots coming up. He's gone 2 for 2 at the line so far.
And from the line thus far, how about 83% on the season? Outstanding.
And boy, I tell you what, he's really coming to his own this year. I mean, that is an enormous step up from what he shot at the line last season.
And he knocks down the first one.
The story in the first half was their low free throw percentage. They've corrected that here in the second half, and hopefully they can build on it as this game continues to progress.
Thomas checked in for the Knicks. So 1 for 2 that time at the stripe. The Pacers have gone 2 of 6 from the field here in the 3rd. Pacers didn't have the year they wanted to last season. Still, their defense was right near the top. They kind of hang their head on that, don't they?
Exactly. I mean, that is what this team's culture is all about, defense. And even in a down year, they were very hard to play against for other teams.
And the Pacers defense, as strong as ever, and you mentioned 4th in points allowed in terms of their opponents. How about 3rd also in opponent field goal percentage?
You know, with the Pacers, a lot of their success on defense comes from protecting the rim and controlling the boards. They were top 5 in the NBA in rebounds per game. They know that hitting the boards is a big part of being a good defensive team.
You know, Clark, the one thing you can say about Ty Lawson is his awareness around the floor. He's just ubiquitous, and his court vision is incredible.
Excellent peripheral vision. He averaged almost 10 assists a game last season. That's the best year of his career thus far.
And Indiana making a change here. Hill's checked in. Good on the second free throw.
And for Ty Lawson, playmaking isn't a concern. He's got that. His shooting accuracy, though, seems to drop every year. In fact, the last 2 years have been the worst of his career.
Now, here's Grant. He's got 11. Kicks it to O'Quinn.
Hey, kid, you ready? All right, let's go.
It's his first trip to the line. He's off on the first. Young's checked in for the Pacers. And New York with a change here, too. Roten's checked in. And he sinks the second. And so here is Indiana. Young with the ball. Stuckey setting the pick for Young. inside. Stuckey outside. The feed to Miles. Just 4 to shoot. And it's out of bounds. The Knicks will take it the other way.
I tell you what, that's just a major unforced error right there, guys. My goodness.
And Indiana making a change here. Robinson's checked in. New York shooting 47%, pretty solid. Here's Roten. And he gets it to go. They're making this a runaway.
And the only question for me right now is just how big the lead will eventually become.
Well, for Jordan Hill, something wonderful happened to him last season. The breakthrough he'd been waiting for on his 6th year.
Yeah, Kevin, you know, it had to do, and I think correlated with him getting a chance to start games, and it blew up for him from there. Posted career-high averages across the board.
And getting back to Jordan Hill, everyone had been waiting for this. I mean, greater activity, more aggressiveness, and he puts up career highs in points, rebounds, and assists.
On the topic of Jordan Hill, hey, there aren't many guys like him with his size who can move that well. He's entering the prime of his career right now. Will he continue to ascend, or will he be content with where he's at? Time will tell.
Both good from the line that time. And out of bounds as the Pacers gain possession.
And this is like another case of Murphy's Law right now, and it's been their own doing, really, just like we saw there.
It's Young on the wing. He's covered by Grant. Young against Grant. Stuckey outside. In the corner, Miles with it. He kicks to Young. 5 to shoot. Lets it go from the wing. And the basket by Hill.
I mean, if you're looking to get back into this game, you have to get tougher defensively.
For New York, they've gone 3 of 8 so far in the third quarter, looking to lock in that rhythm. Now Roten. Rodney Stuckey pulls it in.
The bucket just not well protected, but still he doesn't convert too often. That's been the story with him.
Pick up by Hill. Tries to save it. Lays it up and banks it in. Hill's got 6 points in the quarter. Here's New York. And here is Roten. Feeds it to O'Quinn. With the tip. Controls the rebound and puts it back up and in.
And a nice soft touch on the boards.
And, you know, when you have that gentle a touch, those tip-ins are easy to come by.
Yeah, but how about the fight there prior to that ball being available? That's what I like and what you need to really focus on when they have plays like that.
And so here is Indiana following the score by New York. Hill passes to Stuckey to the middle. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Stuckey.
That is just a careless turnover. You've got to be smarter in those exchanges.
Mahinmi's checked in for C.J. Miles. And the Knicks making a change here as well. Jose Calderon, he's checked in for Grant. The Knicks shooting is leaving something to be desired, just 36% here in the third quarter. Calderon dishes to Roten. A strong finish under heavy pressure all over.
Hard to get that one off with the size difference there. That makes it a tough individual matchup for him, especially down low.
Well, took on the big guys going in there and challenging them like he did. But, boy, that was a nice job.
Pick up by Hill. On the wing, Hill. And stolen by Thomas. And here comes Thomas leading the fast break. There's the pass to Calderon. Now here's Roten. Outside Williams. Shot clock at 5. Excellent D that time from Robinson. The Pacers have gone an even 50% from the floor here in the third quarter. 4 of 8. It's stolen by Calderon. He feeds it to Roten. Hill pulls it in.
Physically, there's no doubt they've been the stronger team. That plus 10 rebound advantage tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, not to mention what it says on the scoreboard. They're really pushing them around. Straight bully ball.
Now, here is Robinson. Tony Roten missing his last shot. Out of bounds. New York takes possession.
You know, that's hard to explain that play. I mean, I guess he thought he had more room than he did.
So an entirely new group in now for Indiana. Lavoy Allen's checked in for Hill. Paul George comes in for Glenn Robinson III. Ellis, he's checked in for Rodney Stuckey. And it's Hill in for Young. So New York going with almost an entire new group here. Robin Lopez is checked in for Kyle O'Quinn. Porzingis comes in for Derek Williams. Anthony's checked in for Lance Thomas. And it's Vujacic in for Tony Roten. The Knicks shooting 47%, pretty solid. Vujacic kicks to Anthony. Pass to Calderon. Lopez a screen. Calderon against Hill. They get a hand on it, and it's going to be out of bounds. The Knicks will retain possession.
New York ball.
Lopez.
Lopez left side. 4 on the shot clock. Some nice passing by New York here. There's the triple. And they force the shot clock violation. Great D.
And not a night he's going to want to remember, just not really able to score the basketball.
Here's Ellis. He's got 27. There's the pick. The dish to Hill. Back to Ellis. 6 on the shot clock. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time. The Knicks shooting just 33% in the second half so far. They need to look at more high-quality shots. Lopez, a screen on Hill. Hill against Calderon. No one near him. And that one off the back of the rim and in. Vujicic has got 10 points. For Indiana, they've gone 4 of 9 from the floor so far in the third. Anthony drives in. And a foul called on the shot. Got him on the way up that time, so he'll shoot 2 right here.
Melo having a terrific game. 25 points, and he's drained 4 3-pointers here as well.
And with more to come, you know, it wouldn't hurt to keep getting him the basketball. And Robin Lopez, last season, he missed about 6 weeks with that broken hand, but freak injuries aside, he's been pretty durable over the course of his career. Had played in all 82 games the previous 2 seasons.
That free throw good from Anthony. And Robin Lopez signing a new contract this offseason. He had been significantly underpaid for his production over the last 2 seasons.
And, Kevin, you knew he was due for a raise. 7-footers who impact the game at both ends the way he does are really valuable.
And so he makes both from the line. .146 left to play in the third. Hill against Calderon. Hill kicks to George. George double teamed. And the ball travels out of bounds. It was last touched by George.
That is just a careless turnover. You've got to be smarter in those exchanges.
New York with the ball. They're on an 18-7 run. Here's Anthony. Plenty of space. Offensive rebound.
They've shown effort and aggression in the paint right from the tip. Their rebounding edge is impressive.
And they're giving themselves extra possessions and have taken advantage of it. And that's critical. You can shoot a few lesser percentage if you're getting more opportunities at the rim.
Now here's Ellis. Following the miss by Carmelo Anthony. Allen with the screen for George. George double teamed to the inside. Out of bounds. New York takes possession.
Well, that's inexcusable to throw a pass that far off the mark.
.112 left here in the third quarter. The Knicks shooting pretty well at 46% from the floor. Out of bounds. Indiana takes possession.
That is just a careless turnover. You've got to be smarter in those exchanges.
The Pacers shooting 44% on their field goal attempts in quarter 3. .58 seconds left in the third. Screen by Ellis. Calderon against Hill. Dishes to Ellis. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And once again off the mark by Indiana.
His touch has disappeared on him this quarter. He just hasn't been able to get it going.
New York shooting 35% or so in the third quarter. Whatever they're trying is not working. 36 seconds left in the third quarter.
Lopez.
Anthony against George. Outside Anthony. Pass to Porzingis. And it goes out of bounds. That one's off Anthony.
That is just a careless turnover. You've got to be smarter in those exchanges.
There's 25 seconds left to play in the third. Calderon against Hill. Outside, George. Allen with the screen for George. We've got 13 seconds left in the third quarter. Good. Allen's got 5 now.
Just the height separation on that mid-range jumper. Excellent job of taking advantage.
Anthony against George. Outside Anthony. It's stolen by Hill. The 3 quarters of play all in the books, and this one all but over already. It's the Pacers just dominating this one. We're going to step aside for just a second, but join us right back here for the start of the fourth quarter next. Welcome back as we get ready to start the fourth quarter. Not exactly a nail-biter here, but you never know. Roten with it. Solomon Hill is out there with Allen. Then it's Robinson. Then it's Lawson. And it's Hill in at the center position. So that's the group out there for Indiana. Now here's Roten. He dishes it to O'Quinn. Here's Galloway. Lawson defending. Over to the wing. Seraphin kicks to Roten. 5 on the clock. Puts it up. Wow, way off on that one. Roten's gone 2 for 5, shooting 40% from the field here. And it's out of bounds. The Knicks will take it the other way.
And that's just carelessness there. I mean, you have got to have your head in the game.
Here's Galloway. Lawson defending. O'Quinn can't hit. The Pacers shooting a smooth 58% from the field. Everything going according to plan for them on that end. Ball stolen. Here's Galloway. Seraphin the pass to Galloway. To the paint. Here's Seraphin. And a foul on the shot. He'll go to the stripe for 2.
Wow. He got whacked on that one. Shouldn't be much debate there.
Blatant contact. Straightforward call. Simple.
At the line for the Pacers, Kevin Seraphin. Taking 2 shots.
That free throw good from Seraphin.
Good game for Seraphin. He has 8 points, and 4 of his points have come at the foul line. He's made the most of those opportunities.
And you can't undervalue the importance of that. Many times a game comes down to which team wins the free throw battle.
And both free throws good for Seraphin. And it's the Pacers with the ball. 1 minute now into this fourth quarter. Now Lawson. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up and 2 shots coming up.
Shooting for Indiana, Ty Lawson. Taking 2 shots.
That free throw good from Lawson. Young's checked in for Indiana. Ty Lawson hits them both. Here's Galloway. Passes to Roten. To the middle. Here's Thomas. And he dunks it down.
Crisp pass into the paint.
Assisted by Tony Roten.
And stolen by Thomas. Galloway kicks to Roten. A little over a minute and a half of the fourth quarter gone now. It's rebounded by Lawson. Lawson's got his 4th rebound in this one. And here comes Lawson leading the fast break. Here's Young. And a foul called on the shot. Got him on the way up that time, so he'll shoot 2 right here.
Shooting for Indiana, Joseph Young. Taking 2 shots.
And that one falls for Young. Williams, he's checked in for Kyle O'Quinn. And so Young nails them both. For New York, they've gone 1 of 4 since the end of the third quarter. Here's Galloway, defended by Young. Williams against Hill. Williams dishes to Thomas. Here's Serafin. It's rebounded by Indiana. Hill's got 3 rebounds so far in the game. And here's Young. Hill against Thomas. Now here is Hill. He's tightly guarded. Now here is Young. Just 5 to shoot. Lawson right side. And it's going to be a 24-second shot clock violation. They turn it over. The Pacers making a change here. Miles is checked in. And so here is New York. Just over 2.5 minutes played now here in the final quarter of regulation. Williams against Hill. Williams passes to Serafin.
All right. CJ Miles. That's his 3rd personal foul. At the line for the Pacers, Kevin Serafin, taking 2 shots.
That free throw good from Serafin. Turner's checked in for Solomon Hill. Aaron Aflalo, he's checked in for the Knicks. He's off on the second. And for C.J. Miles, he sure can string together a long line of threes under the league with a nice jump shot that has now become deadly.
Yeah, he doesn't get to the free throw line much, and he's not really much of a playmaker, but he's 3D in color. HD 3D.
Tries again. And so he earns a trip to the line. Official saw the contact, and he'll shoot 2.
That's his 1st personal foul. At the line for your Pacers, Miles Turner. 2 shots.
That's good from Turner.
And talking about C.J. Miles, he was filthy last year. Indiana needed his spark offensively, especially without Paul George in the lineup. Miles responded by putting up career highs in points and minutes played. Just an unbelievable impact on the season.
Both free throws good from Turner.
And for most every team out there, guys, they're looking for a guy like C.J. Miles. Decent size, natural movement skills, and can absolutely shoot the lights out. Call them buckets, because that's a lethal formula.
Here's Galloway. Kicks it to Thomas. And there's the feed to Williams. Back to Thomas. Turner with the steal. Young with the ball. He kicks it to Turner. Follow against Robinson. And it's Hill penetrating. And foul called as he misses. He'll go to the line and shoot two. It's on Aaron Aflalo.
At the line for your Pacers, Jordan Hill. At the line for two.
The free throw drops for Hill. That one falls, so he hits both of them.
The defense keeps coming up short. Just no solution for Hill. He has 8 points, and 4 of his points have come at the foul line. He's made the most of those opportunities.
And you can't undervalue the importance of that. Many times a game comes down to which team wins the free throw battle.
Now here's Seraphin to the paint. Got a piece of it. Stolen by Robinson. And a little over 3.5 minutes in the books so far here in the fourth. And out of bounds as the Knicks gain possession.
And that's just carelessness there. I mean, you have got to have your head in the game.
For New York, they've gone 1 of 5 from the field here in the fourth. A lot of misses, just the one make. Fourth quarter of play, and over 3.5 minutes have gone by. Outside Thomas. Feeds it to Seraphin. Just 5 to shoot. Here's Galloway, defended by Young. And there's Thomas with the three. And it's going to be a 24-second shot clock violation. They turn it over. Rodney Stuckey's checked in for Indiana.
Rodney Stuckey.
They are enjoying the commanding lead.
And it really gives them the opportunity to give their starters a rest. Always critical when you get ready for that home stretch.
Pick up by Hill, and Young kicks to Stuckey. Five on the clock. From the stripe. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Stuckey. Grant is checked in for New York.
Jared Grant.
New York shooting from the field, 44%, not bad. Out left to the wing. Seraphin dishes to Grant. Drills the baseline jumper.
Jared Grant.
So far, we've seen them be a bit careless with the ball.
Guys, untidy. You've got to value the possession of the basketball.
Simply put, out of control is how they played thus far. They're going to have to reel it in and show some more discipline.
Screen by Young. Stuckey into the lane. The Knicks pull it in.
And it's just one of those days, guys. He has just struggled to shoot the basketball.
Now Grant. Now the pass to Serafin. The 11-footer. It's rebounded by Indiana. Turner's got rebound number 10 tonight with that last one. Stuckey against Williams. And the shot is good from Stuckey.
He hasn't really done much on the offensive end, but he's worked within the team concept to help them get the lead. He's done some other things other than scoring to help his team get the lead here.
Here's Grant following the basket by Rodney Stuckey. And here is Grant. He feeds it to Thomas. Serafin inside. Turner covering. Now here's Serafin. He's tightly guarded. Good work defensively by Turner. Here is Miles. He's guarded by Thomas. Can't cash in from close range. It's 2-on-1. Ball going up court. And there's Williams. That's good on the assist by Thomas. And that's now 10 points for Williams. Pacers have gone 1 of 5 from the field here in the fourth. A lot of misses, just the one make. Here's Hill. Shot is off. So New York will take it the other way. Here's Grant. Steps back and fires. Hill pulls it in. And it's out of bounds. The Knicks will take it the other way.
And that's just carelessness there. I mean, you have got to have your head in the game.
And the Knicks making a change here. Vujacic is checked in. Right side, Williams. They get it again. Tries again. And it's good on the way in. Williams has got 4 points now in the quarter.
Just a positive force right now for these guys. And though his team has fallen a bit short, it's not because of him.
Now, here is Young. Pass to Stuckey. They set the screen. Clock at 4. Pulls it from 20. And nothing but air on that one.
He's been wayward and just off on about everything he's put up in this period.
Now Vujacic. Williams, a screen on Young. Here's Vujacic. Down low. Here's Williams. And it's Miles with the rebound.
Now, nice work there to contest the finish inside.
You know, they got the shot they wanted, but his defense, deterred them from those playing.
Now, here is Young after the miss from Derek Williams. Young outside. The dish to Hill. Down low. Stuckey passes to Turner. Indiana again missing. New York shooting in the fourth quarter, not pretty, down around 29%. Grant with the ball. And Young picks him up defensively. Grant against Stuckey. Grant outside. Right side, Williams. And there's the big-time jam. He slams it right over Turner.
The one-hand slam is so sweet when it's his hand doing the slam.
Oh, yeah, he is so smooth, even on a power finish like that.
And really, that's what makes him unique, that combination of power and polish.
And that was Kia bringing you the close-up on the big-time play.
And that's just carelessness there. I mean, you have got to have your head in the game.
Indiana making some changes. Allen's checked in for Hill. And Ty Lawson subbed in for Young. And New York with a change here, too. Galloway's checked in. Now, here's Grant. Williams has a screen for Grant. The 8-footer. That one a little long. Stuckey with it. Now Miles. Dishes to Lawson. Pass to Stuckey. Grant against Allen. Lawson kicks to Turner. Shot to end this cold run. Foul call that time on the way up. That'll give him 2 chances at the free throw line here.
That's his second personal foul. Shooting for Indiana, Miles Turner. Taking 2 shots.
And that one falls for Turner. Solomon Hill, he's checked in for Indiana. Robinson comes in for Rodney Stuckey. And the Knicks making a change here as well. Thomas checked in for Grant. Both free throws good from Turner. And for the Knicks, they're shooting 43% from the floor. Here's Galloway. Down low, here's Williams, and he finishes it off with a one-handed jam.
To tell you what, he's not an easy guy to stop when he's got his sight on the rim.
Never has been, never will be. He is a determined finisher.
Did he just go chop chop there with that one hand tomahawk slam?
Not the guy you want to send to the line, Kevin. Go. Well, how about Ty Lawson in this one? He has 18 points, and he sprayed home 3 3-pointers as well.
This is really production personified from long range.
Shooting 2. Shooting 2.
First free throw is good. The Pacers making a switch here. Hill's checked in. And Lawson hits 2 free throws. The Knicks shooting only 35% in the fourth quarter. The offense looking a little rickety. Here's Galloway. He dishes it to Seraphin. Puts it up from 15. That's short off the rim.
You're not going to see that very often. Plenty of space, but he just, let's face it, he whiffs on that one.
Hill against Thomas. Hill dishes to Lawson. Allen outside. Robinson passes to Hill. And lots of contact there. Missing the shot. He'll shoot 2.
That's his first personal foul. At the line for your Pacers, Jordan Hill. At the line for 2.
That one is off. He hits the second from the line. And the Knicks with possession. Now Vujicic. Here's Galloway. Passes it to Seraphin. Kicks it to Thomas. Shot clock at 6. Williams dishes to Thomas. Vujicic the pass to Williams. Shoots from 14. No good. Excellent D there from Allen. The Pacers shooting an outstanding 53% for the game. And here's Lawson. Outside Hill. Now here's Allen, covered by Vujicic. Hill kicks to Allen. Now here's Lawson. Shoots the 3. Got a piece of it. And a fast break now for the Knicks. Vujicic's shot is off.
I mean, that can happen to anyone, but it's ugly every time it does.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, embarrassing. He just lost his concentration for a split second, and that's all it took.
Now, here is Lawson. Lawson can't get that one to fall. New York shooting about 42% so far. They could use a big shot here to get this offense going.
Sure could, Kev. I mean, too many empty trips. They need some points.
There's Galloway. Back to Thomas. There's the feed to Seraphin. The offensive rebound. Another shot. Ball's knocked loose. It's stolen by Hill.
Yes, and with this one winding down, it's obvious to everyone who watched it. Just a total mismatch and a true show of strength for Indiana.
And they could do no wrong today, Steve. That's right. This was a team performing to its Clark fullest capability.
Yeah, and a very satisfying win for them, too. A game to remember, and on the other side, definitely one you want to forget as soon as possible.
And what a huge standout performance it was for George. It was the kind of game for him that all scorers dream of, where the basket seemed as wide as a barrel.
Knicks shooting in the fourth quarter, not pretty, down around 29%. Here's Galloway. Williams, a screen on Lawson. Here's Galloway. Softly drops in the floater.
Oh, such a field shot there, the floater.
.56 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. They have been really controlling this one.
You never want to be complacent on the floor. That's when you lose momentum.
Now, here is Lawson. He kicks it to Robinson. Pick up by Hill. Outside Robinson. Feeds to Hill. Releases from 15. And that's good. Robinson picking up the assist.
And you can sense the fact that they didn't want to let the fans down here. It's been a fun night to be in the building.
Greg, it really has been. I mean, such a lively, vibrant atmosphere, and no doubt that played a part in the big win.
Here's Thomas after Jordan Hill's bucket. Williams has a screen for Thomas. There's the pass to Galloway. Shot clock at 5. New York needs to get off a shot. Williams, that's for 2. Seraphin kicks to Williams. Here's Galloway. Lawson defending. Pass to Vujicic. Williams a screen. Here's Galloway. Missed. So no problem for Indiana as they get the win. They won this game going away. They were the better basketball team, Clark, by far tonight.
No question about it, Kevin. They certainly gave their fans plenty to scream and holler about. This place was rocking. It was on fire. And it only got louder as that lead got bigger.
And a chance now to send you over to Doris Burke, standing by on the sideline. Doris?
Guys, Paul George standing by with me here. And Paul, first, congratulations on the win. What's the attitude you have as a team right now?
Continue to, play together. And we can just stick to that, keep working, staying confident, keep defending, and knocking shots down. We'll be all right.
Paul, thank you so much. Guys, over to you.
All right, Doris, great job. Thanks so much. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Clark Kellogg, Greg Anthony, and Doris Burke, this is Kevin Harlan thanking you for tuning in. We'll see you later.
The 2K Sports post-game show.
Welcome back, everybody. Ernie Johnson here along with Shaq and the Jet as we present our Jordan Player of the Game, Paul George. He notched his season high, and his scoring really seemed to set the tempo for his team tonight.
One thing that stood out to me was his contribution from deep. We know he can hit the 3 ball, but we saw him do a lot more damage than normal, and that really opened up the game.
Well, Paul George showing us again tonight why he is one of the premier wing players in the NBA. We know that defensively he's always going to do the job, but he's just as valuable on the other end, scoring off the catch or the dribble.
And that wraps things up, folks. Thanks for joining us. For Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith, Kevin Harlan, and the rest of the 2K Sports crew, I'm Ernie Johnson. Good night, everybody.